So we're still working on getting set up. Well, we've taken our first gather of glass, so it's in no time flat. This is our visiting artist, Suzanne Peck. She's here from Rochester, New York, where she is faculty at RIT. So over on this side bench, you can see Gabe is using a wet newspaper, a very sophisticated tool here in the hot shop, in order to help shape that glass in an organic way. What he's doing is he's prepping to make clear Marini discs that Suzanne will later use in a future sculpture. Up on this table, right in front here, you can see some of the other granulari Marini that she's been working on during her residency. So Gabe is using what's known as a marver to help shape that glass. The marver is that steel table. So simultaneously, that steel table is applying pressure against the glass and cooling it so that he can get a nice round shape. So our discs are relatively similar in size. So over here, we're using a combination of heat and gravity in order to help stretch that glass. So Gabe is actually using the heat to the wider portions to help even out that diameter. Remember, we want it all to be a consistent size. So he's looking at the glass, he's seeing where it's bulky, he's applying heat and then using diamond shears to help stretch that glass. So the thinner portions will actually become stiffer faster because there's less mass, less residual heat, while those larger bits become elastic more quicker because of that excess mass and that excess heat. So now we're going to let that glass set up, get stiffer than it is now. Meanwhile, Gabe is putting on Kevlar gloves so that he is able to touch the glass. He'll then use cold tweezers to shock the glass, causing it to break right where he touches it, like so. He's now putting it on what we call a ladder. It's not one for climbing, but it's one for laying the glass on so we don't shock the glass on the concrete. The wood is a safer environment for that glass to cool down. Now we're loading those clear Marini strands into an annealer, and over a period of 8.5 hours, it'll go from about 950 degrees to room temperature. This is the annealing process. This is a critical process to alleviate all the stresses from the glass going from such a warm environment to such a cold one. Please let me know if you have any questions at all. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep talking through the process and what's happening. But if anything sparks your interest. Can we go ahead and play the artist slides, please? So for those of you who missed it, we do have visiting artist Suzanne Peck, all the way from Rochester. She has a residency that started on Wednesday and goes through Sunday. She is part of the faculty at Rochester Institute of Technology. She's working on these granulari marini, building those into blobby forms. She's really interested in the dichotomy and the fine line between the grotesque and the adorable or the beautiful, and where does something become so beautiful it's ugly, or so ugly it's beautiful. So over here you can see Gabe has taken a gather of glass, and what he's doing is he's allowing it to be exposed to the room temperature air. He's going to be taking another gather of glass, and so we want our core to be cold. Otherwise, all that glass would just slip back into the furnace. So now that he's gotten that cold core, he can go back inside the furnace and get another gather of clear glass. Even though the glass is coming out really white or yellow or bright orange, it is clear. Both of our furnaces are only melting clear glass. Hey, can we go ahead and play the furnace slide, please? So we had a question about our furnace. We've got two 1,000-pound furnaces here on the floor. They both run at 2,100 degrees. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they are powered by natural gas and forced air. So you can see that we've got this nice big ceramic pot that's holding all that glass. All of our equipment here is run on that same natural gas, except for this piece in the middle is propane. So we've got our nice ceramic pot, we've got about 1,000 pounds of glass, and we run it constantly because if we were to turn that furnace off, we could jeopardize that ceramic pot and actually crack it and break it. So we do have generators in case of a power outage or something like that. Number one concern is to always keep that furnace lit. The reason we have two is because we have to refill those furnaces at some point, right? So we're able to charge the furnaces with a mixture of recycled, clear, pre-melted glass and something called batch. Our glass is spruce pine batch that we get from Spruce Pine, North Carolina, and it comes in granular forms. So we need to melt down the sand and the silica and whatnot in our furnace. And during that process, it can be seedy. We can have parts that haven't been fully melted, and we want to avoid that as much as possible. So when we're charging one furnace, we're pulling glass out of the other. And that enables us to maintain a constant flow of really nice, clear glass. So the question essentially is, why don't you want seedy glass? And some people don't let their glass fine out, and they're totally fine with seedy glass, especially if you're using a lot of color, you're going to cover up those seeds. But when you're using clear glass, and as a glass artist, you become so fine-tuned to the vernacular and the framework of being a glass artist and what that means, those seeds are now representative of an imperfection. So you're starting off with an imperfection. So it's that craftsmanship, it's that constantly seeking of perfection. Like Lino, if there was a seed in one of his pieces, it'd be trash, even though he has a ton of color. You know, it's just like, you want it absolutely perfect. Yeah, yeah. No worries. Can we have the honeycomb slide, please? So inside our furnace, imagine that our crucible is that honeycomb. And so they're taking the pipe, they're getting it nice and warm to open up the pores of the metal, and then sticking it into the furnace, which is essentially that giant honeycomb pot, and that's how they're able to scoop up that glass. It's inside, there is a big bowl of molten glass, about 1,000 pounds. Yes, so the size of the gather is determined by the size of the metal rod you're going in with, right? So if you want to get more glass, you get a bigger rod. There are also fine nuances as far as gathering, where the faster you spin in there, the more glass you're able to gather. There are these nuances, but generally speaking, the more glass you want, the bigger rod you start off with. So again, Gabe is using that fluffy torch, is the name of that tool, in order to isolate heat where he wants the glass to stretch more. So over here, You can see Suzanne has started laying out these Marini tiles. So these are colored, but she wants to incorporate some in clear. So we're essentially making what will end up being something very similar to this. So she can have a pattern that incorporates these clear chunks with colored chunks to create even more variation. So the color originally comes in this form. This is called color bar. So we buy this, it's manufactured in Germany. We buy this from a couple of local vendors here in the greater Seattle area. And what happens is we take that color, we melt it down. In the case of these, so these are granulari Marini, which means that it has granulars of different stiffnesses of glass. So we've got a very stiff glass inside a very soft glass. So what that'll do is that stiff glass will move less and it'll create ridges on the final piece. So we've got our core of that stiff glass, and then we basically melt on our color bar, our soft glass. And it is all glass. Even it doesn't really look very glassy right now. Yeah. It's all glass. So eventually, these will get preheated in an annealer or in the garage, and it'll get rolled up and blown into a vessel similar to what is here. So probably within the next 30, 45 minutes, we're going to do a roll-up. So if you're still around, you'll be able to see that process. The question is, how can we and do we recycle the clear glass? It has to be clear. No color can have touched it. And then see that bucket, that old keg right there with that green paint? So all of that glass will actually get recycled back in there. That's all clear, untouched. Maybe or maybe not. Because once it hits the floor, now it's got all this detritus, right? Theoretically, your furnace is going to melt it out. But for about this much glass, you're jeopardizing potentially 1,000 pounds, you know. So the question is Gabe working for Suzanne, essentially? So everyone here is working for Suzanne. She is the orchestral leader. Suzanne was awarded a residency through a very competitive process here at the museum. And essentially, she gets use of all of the facilities from Wednesday till Sunday. For those of you just coming in, welcome. Can we go ahead and place Suzanne's slides, please? We have visiting artist Suzanne Peck here from Rochester, New York. She is part of the RIT faculty, that's Rochester Institute of Technology. She's here exploring a variety of different techniques in order to ask herself and to discover the separation, the fine line between the grotesque and the beautiful, and how something can be so beautiful it's grotesque, or so grotesque it becomes beautiful, and that very thin difference between the two. So right now they are planning on how to execute this next Marini roll-up. Here on the table you can see a variety of different granulari Marini that Suzanne has been working with. She set these up. This will eventually get rolled up onto a pipe, so we call it a roll-up. She's been working on different compositions. These are granulari Marini, which means that we have a very stiff glass that is engulfed in very soft glass. So that stiff glass is going to move less, so it'll create ridges and bumpies on the surface of the glass. It's hard to tell from where you're sitting, but it'll become more. Oh, right on. So over here, we do have an example of the texture that's created on the surface. So this patch is the harder glass, that stiffer glass, and then the smooth surface is the softer glass. So now Gabe has moved our Marini onto what's known as a pastorelli. This is our way of moving that plate that's now room temperature into hot environments. So we need to preheat this so we don't shock it. So it'll be moving into our garage, which is our way of preheating that glass. All right, so Nick just took that plate back out of our garage, so we were able to preheat it. And now he's sticking it into our reheating furnace, which is even hotter than our garage. We want the tops of those marinis to start to get really melty. That's what we're looking for. But in the meantime, we're going to go in and out of that reheating furnace and flipping our plate just like you would flip a turkey in the oven. We want to make sure it's all heated nice and right. To flip that turkey. I mean, I rotate. Yeah. Spatchcock. Spatchcock. It did. For those of you who don't know what the spatchcock method is, it's breaking the back and then you can lay it flat. It goes from like a 5-hour turkey to like an hour turkey, you know? So you can see that marini, see how it's starting to get orange? So we're really starting to melt that top surface. So we want to squeeze all that marini together eventually once it's really nice and evenly warm, so we can try to compress all of the air out of the marini before we roll it up. So it's a fluffy torch. That's a fluffy torch. So on the floor we've got 2 varieties. We have a hot torch, misnomer because all the torches are hot, and then we have the fluffy torch because it has a fluffy flame. Glass-blowing terminologies are just, they're funny. They're funny. So you can see surrounding that glass are these metal rods. Those help us to not have it fall off, but now it's time to remove them. So you can see Ben is grabbing them with tweezers and getting them off of there because we don't want that glass, now that it's gotten really nice and warm, to melt to those pieces of steel. Ferretti is the name of that. And now he's squeezing, he's compressing. We've gotten a little bit of movement in the glass. We need to get all that air out, so we're going to go ahead and just squeeze. And then we're going to take our tweezers, rotate, just like our turkey. So what we were talking about is the Museum of Glass's method of getting those marini off the kiln shelf. So we want it to be really nice and hot, and we want to squeeze all the air out, but we don't want to accidentally melt it to that kiln shelf that it's resting on, because then we've got to go back with a Dremel tool and literally Dremel that off. So we're just getting our marini stuck. Over there, Gabe has what's known as a collar. We're going to be using the collar to roll up the glass. So it's just clear glass that's open on the end that he'll eventually get really nice and hot. Nick will get the marini nice and hot. Then Gabe will come over and roll up that marini. So for those of you who missed it, right now we have visiting artist Suzanne Peck here in the hot shop. So we are all working for Suzanne. So that tap makes sure that we've sent vibrations up to make sure we're not fused to that kiln shelf. Now he's taking the very end of that, rolling up all those little marinis. So he'll go ahead and he'll heat that up in order to do the last little bit, make that circle. Now we're trying to brush off any remnants of that kiln shelf. And now we'll really be able to cinch all those holes. So we're gonna get that pretty nice and warm and do a series of moves in and out of the reheating furnace and the marver to help close that bubble. Because we wanna blow the glass, so we need to close the end of it, and we need to make sure there aren't any air leaks around the outside. Because they were all circles, so we're gonna have air gaps. Does anyone have any questions for me? White. Okay. I say that. So it's white. The part that we're working on here is white, but we have a color cup inside here. So it's going to be white on the inside and then another color on the outside. From what I could see, it's a transparent color. So this is actually a couple of different colors of white, because it's the stiff white and the soft white. And then the cup inside the garage is a pinkish, reddish. So what Gabe just did there was he dunked the very tip of that glass in water to stiffen it up, so we had a surface to push back on so we could compress it. He's compressing it this way, and now we wanted to compress it this way. We're going to be cutting off the very end eventually anyway in order to close the vessel, so So you guys saw how when that torch was on the glass, it got kind of that iridescent quality? That's called reduction. And when you have a fuel-rich flame, which the fluffy torch is, it causes a chemical reaction in the glass to create that iridescence. But as soon as the glass goes inside an a balanced flame, like in the glory hole, it goes back white. So this is how we're going to be sealing up the vessel. Nick has brought over a clear bit of glass. And essentially, Gabe will be stabbing that up at the very end. So now we've got a closed vessel. This helps us to retain as much color in the end as we possibly can. The question is about recycling the glass. So we can only recycle glass if it's absolutely clear. And that glass that they cut off touched white, so we can't recycle it. Because we melt 1,000 pounds of glass and we need it to be clear especially with our visiting artist residency program. It's really essential that we have clear glass and a lot of it. So if that little bit of white, we can contaminate that whole 1,000 pounds. That being said, we do recycle as much as we possibly can in the form of strip gathering. You haven't seen a strip gather yet, but I'll be sure to point it out to you. So there was a little bit of schmutz on the glass, so they were using the Dremel to try to alleviate some of that. So glass blowing, we're exposed to a lot of different sights and smells, and we're just talking about the different aromas we're exposed to. And we've all have our things. When the corks are used to help shape the glass, it's natural cork, but it smells so sweet, and it's so bad for you, but it's so sweet smelling. That's essential. Instagram or it didn't happen. So Ben is now at the garage. He has picked up that stuff cup. Remember, we're going to be stuffing this Marini into another colored cup. Now Gabe is cinching down that clear because we want to close that vessel and we don't want that clear window at the very end. Now he'll use his diamond shears in order to cut that. They're named diamond shears because of that diamond shape in the center. So when you cut off that tiny little secondary thing, he had Nick blow, and that helps to create a cleaner termination point where that glass has created that button. So now that that cup has been preheated enough, we're able to get it even warmer in that glory hole. It's really essential that we go very swiftly from our garage into that reheating furnace because any extra exposure to the room temperature air can cause that stuff cup to break. So there was still a tiny little bit of clear at the end of there, so we cut that off. And now the goal is to get our white Marini piece about the size of the inside of our stuff cup so that we have the least amount of travel and the least amount of room for air to get trapped inside along the sides of that stuff cup. So in order to get our white Marini piece to the same scale as our pink stuff cup is, we're going to actually take another gather of clear glass to help build up the size of it. So Gabe has used the jacks in order to shape it into a nice pointed form that resists bubbles getting trapped in the gather. Yeah, it looks dimply. So right now we're letting that core cool before we take another gather. Here's our strip. So that's pure clear glass. We can absolutely recycle that. You can see there's some other clear glass in there. So that'll just get remelted back into our furnace. So right after a gather, the pipe is actually the hottest during the process. So Nick is now using what's known as a pipe cooler, which is essentially a foot pedal operated water fountain to help cool down the pipe, because Gabe is going to be taking another gather to help more closely match the size of our stuff cup. For those of you just coming in, welcome. We have visiting artist Suzanne Peck here from Rochester, New York. She's part of the RIT faculty, that's Rochester Institute of Technology. She's here exploring the fine line between the grotesque and the beautiful. Right now we have a white granulari marini piece on the pipe. Ben has the stuff cup, and we are about to stuff the cup. Can we do the stuff cup slide super fast, please? So this is what we're going to be doing. So our inside color is our white. The color cup Ben has, he's getting it nice and hot. Thank you. So Gabe is going to work on continuing to shape the glass, and then we want it to be a little elongated. The worst thing you can do during a stuff cup is touch the sides of the glass prematurely, because that's how you'll trap air. So we want a nice, longer, conical shape of that inside glass to help alleviate the chances of tagging the sides, which is what that's called. Meanwhile, we really want our stuff cup to be nice and warm so that when it's exposed to the room temperature air while we're preparing to stuff it, it doesn't get thermal shock. So what Ben is doing over there is he's using the fluffy torch to help build up heat where that stuff cup is connected to that rod, because we want the glass to be really molten so that when we introduce water to break it off the pipe, it breaks exactly where we want it to. Okay, so now we're getting ready to do another strip gather. So we're going to gather glass, then we're going to strip any excess off. This is called a price check. They check to make sure how large the pink cup is versus the size of our white Marini glass, because we want to make sure we don't get too big. So he visually checks how much room he's got. Right, so we're continuing to build up that heat for our stuff cup. Gabe is pre-cooling his pipe because he's about to take that final strip gather. I've been told a bowl. Right, so now we use Kevlar gloves in order to hold on to that glass. That glass is about 1100 degrees right now. We've just gotten our molten glass from the furnace. That's 2100 degrees. We touch the bottom and push down, right, because we don't want to tag the sides, and now we continue to blow. You can see it touching and forcing all the air towards the back side of that. Can we give a round of applause? That is extremely difficult to do. So now we've got our color on the outside, we've got our Marini bits on the inside, and next is the blowing stage, where we'll form this into a vessel of Suzanne's creative aesthetic. You are absolutely Everyone is absolutely allowed to take photographs and video. And if you post them, if you tag the Museum of Glass, they might repost it for you. So that tool that Gabe is using is called a block. It is made out of green cherry wood, and it lives in water so that when the wood is exposed to the glass, a layer of steam develops between the glass and the wood. When that steam is not present, we can get scuzz is the technical term. It's particles of carbon that have now been embedded within the glass. If anyone has any questions at all during anything, let me know. The question is, what is Ben doing over yonder? Ben is pre-making a punty. So glass blowing is interesting because we're actually making the bottom first instead of the top. So once we have formed this, the bottom of the piece, we'll have to transfer it onto another rod in order to form the top of the piece. So Ben has preemptively made that punty, got it done so that when we're at that stage, good to go. The question is, what is Suzanne doing? And that's a paddle, and that's protecting Gabe from the heat, the residual heat coming off the glass. So you can see he's now put on that silver sleeve. That's actually quite a bit of glass, so we're going to be able to make a rather large vessel. So because of the mass of this glass, the heat is even more, and the heat that it's spewing off is even more. So for those of you who are curious about what the final result will be, this is going to be a bowl. So on the inside, we'll be able to see our white granulari marini, and on the outside, we're going to have this pink color. Sometimes they cut off glass at the end. It's typically just clear glass, it's extra. So remember, we're working from bottom up. So right now we're putting a bottom on our bowl. Now Ben is putting another layer of glass on the core or the skin of that punty. So now Gabe is using a piece of room temperature glass to scratch the bottom. He's giving himself a target, right? Because we need to attach punty that Ben is creating onto this piece, so we'll be able to find center more easily when there's kind of a guide. The question was about the air gun. And right now, what we're focusing on the floor is creating stress right where our jack line is. So right after the pipe, we've cinched in. That's called our jack line because we've used our jacks in order to create it. So we need to cause kind of distress right at that jack line so that when we attach our punty, we've created thermal shock, or the conditions for thermal shock, so that it will break precisely where we want it to. So now Ben is bringing over that punty. Now we're going to let that punty set up. So we're going to let it get stiff. Right now it's really nice and hot because we want it to blend with our bowl. He's putting a secondary jack line in there, so that's the final jack line. When we're completely done with the vessel, that's where we'll be breaking it off. We're letting that punty set, and now we're going to continue to disrupt that original jack line. He's introducing a cold tool. Now he's going to introduce water on the tweezers in order to create that thermal shock. Stresses in the glass cause it to break. They make it look easy, don't they? Just like that, I broke some glass. So now the glass that was attached to that original pipe is going to be the coldest, right? Because we let it stiff up. So now the next thing is, once we make sure this is on center, spinning true, is we're going to heat up that lip and open up that bowl. The question was about how the heat may or may not transfer up the pipe. So this pipe is made out of stainless steel tubing. And at the very end, the head is solid stainless steel that's been drilled. And that's welded together. So that solid mass of, at the end, will get hotter longer because it has more mass to heat up. The tubing, however, because it has less mass and because it has that air on the inside, it has less heat transfer up. On the pipe, you can also see that there's a color difference as to what part is usually warm. It's going to be darker. It has what's known as a heat patina. Meanwhile, the shiny side has always been cold. It doesn't have that heat patina, so that's one indication. So Gabe's hand is right at that junction where we've got the heat patina, where it typically gets warm, and where it's nice and shiny silver. And that's all muscle memory. Now the tool Gabe is using is called a parchophy. Typically the ends of that tool in particular is steel, but this is a wooden parchophy set. It's softer material, so we can glide around the texture that's happening on the inside more easily. So right now what's happening is we're trying to really set that middle part, and then we'll be putting in heat to try to open up that vessel even farther. It's really important to get that bottom right and that middle right before you go introducing a lot of heat, because that'll essentially provide the infrastructure or the strength of the piece. So now we're using centrifugal force to open up this vessel. So it's the speed in which Ben is spinning the pipe is causing it to widen. Meanwhile, Gabe is making sure that it doesn't get too out of sorts by applying pressure with the jacks. It's pretty neat, right? Yeah. Right, so you see Nick is using that paddle to make sure the lip doesn't get too crazy. Gabe is using the jacks to make sure that angle is really what we want. And then Ben's spinning, so you can really see in this moment how much of a team sport glassblowing is. And we're all here working for Suzanne Peck, our visiting artist in residence. She will be here through Sunday and has an artist talk on Sunday. Can you guys see that texture? Yeah. So for those of you who missed it, that texture is being caused by stiff glass. It's stiff white glass and soft white glass that are moving in different rates, causing that texture. So now we're getting ready to bonk the piece off, which essentially means putting it away into our annealer. So this is the process called flashing down the piece. So we just took the glass from a viscous stage, a very molten stage, roughly 1600 degrees, and now we want all of the glass to be happy at about 1000 degrees. So we're going to build up heat in our punty so that we make sure it breaks off right where we want it to. Meanwhile, getting the rest of the glass really nice and happy at about that 1000 degrees. How often at the museum do we replace our paddles? A year. That's pretty good. They do take a lot of abuse. So this is the last flash. So when Ben brings it back to Gabe, they'll begin the bonking process. So Nick's all suited up because he will be actually putting the piece into the annealer. We're using water to help disrupt that glass, make it pretty upset. Remember, we just had heat. Now we're having water. We're creating thermal disruptions. And that was the bonk. Can we have a round of applause? So into the annealer that will go, and it'll go from about 1,050 degrees to room temperature over a period of about 8.5 hours. And that is called the annealing process. And that is how we ensure that the glass is going to behave when it's exposed to room temperature air and not crack. Do we have any questions? Cool. Here we go. So we preheated those marinis inside our garage, and now they're of a temperature where we can continue to preheat them in our reheating furnace. For those of you who saw the roll-up previous to this, this method's going to be slightly different. This is actually going to be a plunger method instead of a roll-up. For a roll-up, you would go from one side and you would spin your pipe and pick up the marini. Plunger is just like a plunger for the bathroom. We're going to plunge down with a bit of clear glass and pick it all up. We're trying to figure out how to get the most success using this very varied glass. Yeah, it does. So now Gabe has made the plunger, and it's about the same circumference. Little price check, making sure they're about the same size. And now they'll both get their different glasses warm, and we'll fuse that plunger onto those marini. So now that we've picked up that marini, we can continue and begin to squish out all of the air bubbles, right? Because our marinis are circles. So when you make that arrangement, we've got all of these air pockets. So now we need to sculpt the glass, get all those air pockets out so that we can have a completely sealed vessel and continue making our bowl. So right now we're still working on compressing that glass. You can see that those big gaping holes have now been shut. And Gabe's using that block tool to help compress the glass even more to ensure we don't have any pinholes that'll let air out. So what Suzanne is doing is she's looking at yesterday's magic that happened. So everything that we make today will go inside an annealer, and over the course of 8.5 hours, it'll come down to room temperature. That annealer is from yesterday, so it's already gone through that annealing process. The glass is still too warm to touch. It's at about 150, 160 degrees, but now we're able to crack the annealer, and within the next hour or so, we'll be able to touch it. So now we're letting that glass cool, so we have a nice cold core in order to take another gather. So gathering is the process of adding more clear glass onto our vessel. And now he's stripping off any excess glass into that strip bucket. And now he's using a wet newspaper, or he will be, in order to shape that glass. So now what we're doing is we're working on isolating that colored glass from that clear plunger that we used to pick it up. So we've cinched in a jack line right at that intersection between those two different glasses. And then we'll eventually be making a collar to pick this back up so we can retain as much of that colored glass as possible. So Ben is working on making that collar that will be attaching to the piece that Gabe has in the center here. Meanwhile, Nick is making a punty. So we're going to punty up this piece and then from the one side, and then we're going to be able to use the collar and pick it up from the opposite side. So we opened up this vessel so that the diameter of that opening and the size of the collar that Ben has made are going to be matched pretty well. So now Gabe is using the marver in order to help shape that glass. So he's cooling the sides, he's making them really nice and straight, and he's shaping that glass so that he can take another gather. Inside this kiln over here, we have another stuff cup. Can we have the stuff cup slide, please? So this is what we're gonna eventually be doing. So inside that annealer, we have our color cup, and Gabe has the inside color on the pipe right now. Thank you. So in order to pick up that color cup, he needs to increase the size of that inside glass. So he's gonna be gathering more clear on top of this so that the two sizes are relative to one another for the stuffing. So for those of you who saw that, Ben just picked up that stuff cup. So this cup was made yesterday, and it was in that annealer preheating so that when we went to our room temperature air, it didn't crack. Can we play the furnace slide, please? So this is what that furnace looks like. And the most important part of this furnace is that crucible, that ceramic pot right there. The reason we don't turn off our furnaces is because that could jeopardize the safety of that ceramic pot. Those ceramic pots are custom made, incredibly expensive. So it's really important that we make sure that they stay safe and happy. So even though this color looks orange, it is in actuality this color, and it's the temperature of the glass that's causing it to seem like it's orange. So now they're going to do a little price check, make sure Gabe won't get too big if he does another dip. So now they're getting ready to do the cup stuffing process. It's always nice to have a layer of furnace heat glass on the very outside of our molten. So this process all has to happen in a certain time frame where we don't allow our stuff cup to get too cold. So we got that really nice and warm. Then Nick is able to use those Kevlar gloves in order to center that cup right in front of the stairs. Now Gabe's gotten that really nice and warm. He'll go all the way down to the bottom, touch the tip of that inside cup, and then work on pushing all of the air out towards the back. Can we have a round of applause? So we just successfully put color on the outside of our very color-rich inside piece. Does anyone have any questions for me? Cool. So now we're going to be using the marver to finish cinching all that outside cup onto that inside mass. So we're slowly pushing towards the back. For those of you just coming in, welcome. Here on the floor we have visiting artist Suzanne Peck, all the way from Rochester, New York. She is our resident artist through Sunday. If you are going to be in the area on Sunday, she will be doing an artist lecture, artist talk, 2 p.m. Can we go ahead and play Suzanne's slides, please? For those of you who are unfamiliar with Suzanne's work, she plays around and explores the fine line between the beautiful and the grotesque. So she makes playful colored forms that kind of vary between at what point does something very beautiful become grotesque, and what point does something very grotesque become beautiful, and how do we determine that? So she's using a lot of fleshy tones. Thank you. So here on the pipe we have kind of a hunter green granulari marini. That's what's on the inside. It's hard to tell from here, but there's a mixture of really stiff and really soft glasses that will cause a texture to form on the inside of the vessel. And on the very outside, we have this chartreuse color. Over here you can see an example of a couple of pieces that came out of the annealer yesterday. And over on this side you can see that texture, and that texture is caused by that stiff glass moving at a different rate and having a different viscosity than the softer glass. So this next move is called putting in a jack line. So Gabe will be using a pair of jacks to cinch the glass right after the pipe, and that'll eventually be where we break it off at the end of this process. So this will eventually be a bowl, so it's good that the back part is also expanding. You can see he's got both hands. He's really having to work and to cinch that glass because the mass of glass is so large. So right now they are forming the bottom of this bowl. So glass blowing is funny in that you make the bottom before the top. So we're putting a bottom on our bowl. He's really making sure that that part connected to the pipe is really nice and firm so that when he puts tension on the bottom, it's not going to move. Meanwhile, Ben is going to start the punty, and that is essentially how we will be able to work the glass from the opposite side to make the top. So now Gabe is using a piece of room temperature glass to essentially scratch a bullseye for him to aim at with the punty. So now that we've attached the punty, we'll be able to put in a new jack line, right? Because we always want a jack line where we want the glass to break off. We're going to let that punty set up, get stiff so that it doesn't fall on the ground. You can see in real time it's getting greener by the second, right? And because we've had so much heat built up, right, with our fluffy torch, it's still that orange color. So now we've got all that heat built up. We're introducing cold tools. We're making the glass pretty upset. And now we're going to introduce water, which will cause the glass to break off right at that primary jack line. So now from here, we'll be able to really open up that bowl so that you can see the granulari marini on the inside and then that chartreuse color on the outside. So now what they've done is they made sure that that glass was really nice and on center and spinning in tandem with the pipe. And now we'll be able to really heat up that lip and begin the sculpting process. Now he's using his jacks in order to begin the process of opening up that vessel. We're using the paddle in order to make sure that the lip stays consistent. That tool is called a puffer, so we're able to blow the glass from the inside on the puntee. So Gabe is shaping with that newspaper, and now we're using the Soffietta to continue to open up the bowl. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get that middle section set. So we wanted a certain diameter and we wanted a certain temperature so that when we move forward and do the lip, it doesn't all move and get out of control. So we're really trying to set that middle section. So now we've moved on to the rollers, and we're using that centrifugal force of the spinning to open up that vessel. So now we've set that bottom, and we're really able to open up the vessel to its largest diameter. maybe not largest, but its desired diameter. So the process of making this bowl is done. They've called it. This is the final shape. So now what we're going to be doing is flashing down the piece. We want all of the glass to be a nice, healthy 1050 degrees. So right now, the outside part is warmer, right? Because we were sculpting it. We had already set our bottom and essentially worked our way towards the front. So we need the front and the back to all be about that 1050. So we're building up heat in our punty so that we can cause thermal shock right where we want it to break. And the rest of the piece, we're getting it nice and evenly heated to about 1050 degrees. Why 1050 degrees? Because it's not so cold the glass will crack, but it's not so warm the glass will pick up texture from the annealer, right? Because we're about to put it away where it'll start the annealing process. So you guys can see how the light is hitting on the inside and it's got all of those bright spots. That's all that texture reflecting the light within the room. For those of you who missed it, we're exploring the use of stiff and soft glasses together to create texture and explore the difference and the relationship between the beautiful and the grotesque and where that fine line is. So now we're using the scissors to cut into that punty. Nick is all suited up with our Kevlar and our face shield. One final flash, and then we'll be able to break this bowl off. Awesome, we're able to use water to create that thermal shock and to cause the glass to break right where we want it to. Vibrations are then sent up the pipe, which causes that breakage. Can we get a round of applause? Second piece in the box today. For those of you who missed it, we have visiting artist Suzanne Peck. She will be here through Sunday. She also has an artist talk. on Sunday at around 2 p.m. We are going to be taking a lunch break. I highly encourage you to check out our exhibitions. Illuminate is really great. Oh. Yep, so we'll be back in about an hour. Thanks for coming in, and we'll see you when we get back. So here at the museum, we have visiting artist Suzanne Peck from Rochester, New York. If you were here earlier, we made 2 bowls. We're gonna make the 3rd bowl. Suzanne is very interested in the fine line between the beautiful and the grotesque. So she's using a combination of stiff and soft glasses in order to make these granulari marini. And essentially what that means is inside that circle or that disc are a combination of stiff glasses and soft glasses, and because some are stiff and some are soft, we get a texture on the glass. So this is some glass that was made the other day. You're able to see it in real time. And you can see on this surface, we've got that texture. So that's stiff glass. It has moved less, it has clumped together, and this is all soft glass, so it's more fluid. So right now we have loaded inside our garage our next Marini roll-up. It's called a roll-up because we're able to literally roll it up onto a pipe. So here on the center bench, Gabe and Nick are preparing to put that roll-up inside the garage. Nick is using a tool called a pastorelli in order to do that. So over in the corner, Ben has a solid chunk of color. When we're working with blown glass colors, they typically come in 3 fashions. This is called color bar. A lot of Suzanne's work incorporates color bar. We also have something called frit, which is color bar processed into chunks, and then we have powders. And depending on your aesthetic approach to glass making, dictates what kind of color application you'll use. And right now, Gabe is using a tool called a caliper. And on one side, it's straight, and on the other side, it's curved. And there is a specific relationship between the size of that roll-up, that length, and then the size of the collar, the circumference of the collar that he will eventually be making. So by using the caliper and measuring out that length while it's cold, it saves him from having to do it when it's hot. Oh, is that what it is? It's just a pie? It's just pie?
A pie divider. Because geometry, flat to round.
It's a pie divider, and I just had an epiphany.
When you're like,
I'm like, oh, is that what that's for?
I don't need to go to math class, I'm an artist.
My brother has a master's degree in statistics. So that Marini plate went inside of our garage in order to preheat. So this tool has something called a ribbon burner on the inside that provides a nice constant heat. It's not nearly as warm as our reheating furnaces or our other furnace. So it's just a nice preheating cycle because we don't want to go from room temperature air into that reheating furnace without preheating. Otherwise, the glass can get shocked and break. So they did that so quickly, I totally missed it. But that was a color drop. You guys probably saw it on the screen. So that solid chunk of color was then draped over a clear bubble. And now Nick is going to evenly distribute that solid color across that bubble so that we have a nice even layer. If anyone at any point has any questions, please feel free to let me know. So over there is called an annealer, and they're looking at the glass that was made yesterday. So once the glass is made in the hot shop, it needs to go through what's known as the annealing process, and that's a period of time, about 8.5 hours, that the glass goes from about 1050 to room temperature. And this ensures that the glass is nice, it's happy, it's cooled, and it's not going to just shatter. So over here in the corner, Nick is using what's known as a block in order to shape the glass. That block is made out of green cherry wood, meaning it hasn't gone through the kiln drying out process. We want that wood to retain as much water and as much moisture as possible, so it actually lives in water. And when the block is used to shape the glass, a layer of steam prevents it from actually touching and eliminates the possibility of carbon getting embedded into the surface of the glass. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide, please? So right now what we're making is that color cup. out on the floor is a color cup, and that Marini, that'll eventually be the inside color. So we're making the cup so that once we get our Marini ready to go, we've already got our cup, and then this is a way to get color on the outside of the glass. Thank you. So you can see in real time as the glass gets more exposed to room temperature, it's going from that orange to its actual color, which is kind of a turquoisey, tealy blue. So this is the process called adding a punty or transferring onto the punty. So this is how we're going to be able to access the front of the glass to open it up and to create that cup shape. Now we're going to be adding some water onto that initial jack line to really make sure that the glass is going to break where we want it to. Letting that punty set up. It's nice, right? Right? So that's one of the very few times we actually want the glass to break. So now we're going to go ahead and make sure that the glass is really nice and on center. So that's what he's doing. He's looking for any high spots, looking for any low spots, and then he'll move the piece up and down to try to wiggle it right perfectly so that it's spinning in tandem with the pipe. And now we'll be able to really heat up that lip to begin the opening up process. So now Gabe is using a wet newspaper in order to sculpt and shape the cup. We want the sides to be really nice and even. You can see in real time that as the glass is exposed to that wet newspaper, it's cooling down, showing its true color. And that's it. So into the garage that goes. And the garage is basically where we press pause or we park the glass. We've made a component that we'll need in the future, but now we want to refocus on that marini. We've got to make the inside color now that we've completed our outside stuff cup. So now Gabe is going to start making that collar I was referencing before that we used our pie dividers to calculate. So now we've taken that marini that's been preheated in our garage, put it back on the pastorelli, and now we are able to get it even hotter in our reheating furnace. We want to start to see the tops of those marini turn orange, so we know we're getting it hot enough. We'll then be squeezing them together to try to really fuse all those marinis together, and eventually they will be attached to the collar that Gabe is working on now. You can see Ben is finessing what's known as a ferretti. It's a little piece of steel that we keep on the kiln plate with our marini so that it doesn't fall off into our glory hole. You can see we're starting to get a little orange. So you saw that ferretti dropped onto the ground. But it's okay because now our glass has fused together. So we got a little fusion. Our ferretti is stuck to the glass a little bit. There we go. 3 down, 1 to go. So Ben is squeezing and compressing and making sure that those marinis are tacked together. I'm not sure if you could see on the plate, but there's also a layer of clear glass on one side. So that's the side we'll be rolling so that we have a nice connection of clear to clear.
Sounds cool. I mean, it sounds pretty idyllic with your, looking at.
So what they're talking about is they want to make sure that that collar circumference is the same. So when they go to roll up, there isn't a large gap or there isn't a large overlap. This is the roll up. So he's going to stick it right on one end, right on that clear glass. And now that we've fused it, it's good to go. So now we'll stick it back in that furnace, and then we'll take those two ends that aren't connected, make sure those are touching appropriately, and then we'll round it out. Great, so now that we've got all of our marini and it's attached to our pipe and to our collar, now Gabe is gonna get it really nice and warm and continue compressing that glass until there are no longer any holes or points that there isn't glass, because we want to blow it. So we need to make sure that there's no pinhole gaps or any way for the air to seep out. There's some spaces over here too. So what's happening here is Gabe is using those jacks to shape the outside of the glass, and Nick is using a graphite paddle to make sure that our lip stays really nice and flat. Our reheating furnaces run at 2350, 2350 degrees. Our furnace melts the glass at 2100 degrees. So when the glass first comes out of the furnace, right like that, it's about 2100. Working temp is anywhere between 1500 to 2000. So that is called a patty, and now we're sealing off that vessel. We use a bit of clear glass in order to retain as much of that colored and textured glass as possible. So this is actually going to be cut off eventually. It's sacrificial. Right now we're letting that inside color cool down because we're about to go into our furnace. And if we were to just go into our furnace all willy-nilly with that glass super molten hot, it would actually all fall back into the furnace. So by having a cold core, we're providing infrastructure and a way for that clear glass to adhere to the colored. So now he's going to go into that furnace. And when he comes out, if there's any extra glass, he'll do what's called a strip gather, and he'll strip off any of that extra, like he's doing right now. So all of that glass that goes inside the strip bucket will all be recycled, will all be melted back down. And now your pipe is always its warmest when you're coming out of that furnace, because that furnace is super hot and you rest it on what's known as the sill. So now he's using the pipe cooler, which is essentially a foot pedal operated water fountain to help cool down that pipe. So now we're going to take that stuff cup, get it really nice in the flames inside our garage, preheat it, soak it up, and then we'll go inside that reheating furnace and get it even hotter and begin the transfer process to get that on the ground so that we're able to stuff the glass that Gabe has in the center into that cup. So these are all going to be different pieces. They're all different pieces, yeah. So the one that Gabe has is all blue, just like these, but the whole roll-up was blue. So it's blue, it's stiff blue, soft blue, covered in blue. And that covering of the blue is our stuff cup that Ben has. So that's how we're going to get color on the outside, which will eventually be the bottom of the bowl. So the inside will have the texture. So here at the museum, the artist residency program is about exploration and trying new things. So we're here to help facilitate the making of glass objects and not necessarily to dictate the final product. So Suzanne will take these home, and in her own space in Rochester, New York, she'll make those decisions. Because she's only here till Sunday, so it's a lot to figure out a lot. You know, it's 5 days, which is an amazing opportunity, but it's not a whole lot of time. So again, we're letting our core get cold. Meanwhile, Ben has been putting heat inside that punchy to make sure that our stuff cup is going to break off right where we want it to. So what Nick just took out of the garage is called the tripod, and that's what we'll use to hold that cup in place when we go to stuff it. So Nick's got Kevlar gloves on that's allowing him to touch that glass, putting it in our preheated tripod, and he's lining it up so it's perfectly straight. We give a round of applause. That is called stuffing the cup. So what he did there was he got that glass really nice and warm, and then he allowed it to elongate so that the tip of the inside glass touched the tip of the outside glass, and then he slowly pushed down, causing all of the air to escape. If he were to have touched the side of the outside color cup prematurely, it's called tagging the side, and it would trap an air bubble. So that's the difficulty in that, is making sure your sizes line up, making sure you're hot enough, temperatures align. And now what he'll do is he will heat up the back end, so the part closest to the pipe, and continue pushing down on the back side of that stuff cup. So you guys saw that he cut off that little button. That was like a little bit of clear glass left over from the punty. So that tool that Gabe is using right now is called a wooden block. It helps to shape the glass. Right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to build up a lot of heat right after the pipe and right before that large mass of glass starts, because we're preparing to put in our jack line. So he's preemptively cooling down the part with the newspaper and shaping it because we don't want the glass to move there. So now he's putting in the heat where we do want it to move, and that is right after that pipe. So now we're letting gravity do its thing. Glass is elongating, and now this is the jack line I was referring to earlier. And this is essentially giving us a point where the glass will break off eventually. So we put the jack line in, we put the bottom of the bowl in, and then we punty up from the opposite side. So right now what we're doing is we're forming the bottom of the bowl. So this is going to be a low bowl, so it's pretty squat. So he's focusing on getting that bottom exactly the right shape so that we can punty up and work from the opposite side. Does anyone have any questions? So the question is about safety here in the hot shop. Now everyone does have safety glasses, but we don't wear gloves because the heat transfer isn't really that significant up the pipe. Gabe is wearing a Kevlar sleeve in order to protect him from the residual heat coming off that mass of glass. And another thing to remember is everyone on the hot shop floor has been doing this for at least 20 years. So there's that too. The pipe does get hot, but it's hottest right after a gather, and we always use the pipe cooler, right? The water fountain. We've got a pipe cooler over there, and we also have another pipe cooler over on this side. Correct. So Suzanne Peck is here as a resident artist, so she will be leaving on Monday. Her last day is Sunday. The rest of the team is full-time Museum of Glass staff. So what Gabe is doing is he's using gravity to help squat up that bowl, right? Because we want a low bowl. So he's letting that glass fall back down. Hey, Gabe, how heavy is that piece of glass? You might not have heard. 8 pounds feels like 50. So now we've got the bottom of the vessel set. Now Ben will continue making our punty so that we'll be able to transfer the glass from the pipe side onto the punty side. Now Gabe is using a piece of room temperature glass to essentially scratch in a bullseye so he has something to aim at for applying the punty. Now we're using water to really upset that glass, create thermal shock. And so it's the combination of having that glass really hot and then introducing a cold object like a tool or that water that causes that thermal shock and causes the glass to break right where we want it to. Now what we're doing is we're making sure that that glass is really nice and on center and spinning in tandem with the pipe. So he's looking for any low spots and he's tilting the glass up to correct that. So now we're working on opening up this vessel. You can see that they're primarily heating up the part that's farthest away from the pipe. You hear that clickety clack, that clickety clack? That's our stiff glass not wanting to move, right? And our soft glass is behaving, it's all good to go, and that stiff glass is like, nope, but nope. This tool is called a soffietta. It's our way of blowing the glass while it's on the punty side. What we're doing is we're slowly moving up. So the actual final opening up of that lip is our last step. So we've set our base, we attached our punty, and now we're working up towards that lip. So we're trying to set that middle portion. And it's a low bowl, so that takes quite some time. So what's happening here is we're using our parchovies to help shape the outside of the glass, and then the paddles are used to make sure that the lip, that outside rim, doesn't get too out of whack. The big boy. Now we're using that centrifugal force to really open up that bowl. And you can see exactly where they're heating that glass because it's that orange part. You know that that's where we want the glass to move the most based on when they come out. What part is orange? That's because that's where we're going to go. The glass will always take the path of least resistance, so that'll always be the part that's hottest. Now what Gabe's trying to do is what Gabe is doing is he's straightening up. There's a little blip, and he wants a really nice curve, so he's correcting that. So now we've finished shaping the vessel, so we're going to start flashing down the piece and building up a lot of heat in that punty so that we're able to cut it off right where we want it to. So we want the mass of that piece, the whole bowl, to be a nice cohesive 1050 degrees. We want it to be all about there. So we're slowly flashing it down, meanwhile building up heat in that punty, because when we introduce water, that'll cause the thermal shock to break it off right where we want it to. Meanwhile, Nick is all suited up because he will be placing this object in the annealer. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. That's our third bowl of the day. So into the annealer that will go, and over a period of 8.5 hours, it will slowly come to room temperature. And this is called the annealing process, and that's how we make sure that the glass is going to be happy when it's at room temperature, right? Because it's a very traumatic experience to go from molten to solid states of matter for glass. So by slowly cooling it down, we ensure that it can exist in room temperature. Especially as glass gets thicker and thicker, it takes more and more time to go through that annealing process. Does anyone have any questions for me? Yeah. So the question is, how many times can you remelt and reuse glass? Theoretically, by the book, whenever we refill the furnace, it's always half old glass, so pre-melted, and half new glass. And that's to maintain the integrity of the glass. It's like the question, how many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop? Like, who really knows? Depends on who's, eating the Tootsie Roll Pop. So it depends on who's using the glass and how the glass has been used. Theoretically, maybe infinite, but in hot glass, we have things called fluxes. And fluxes are added to the glass when it's in a batch form in order to help with the melting, to make sure it's cohesive, to make sure that it's going to bind and want to be glass. So every time you reheat it, I'm relatively certain that your fluxes get thinner and thinner, which is why you always do half new, half old. The question is about some of the glass that's on display in the gallery. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. This week we have visiting artist Suzanne Peck with us, exploring the fine line between the grotesque and the beautiful. So we're exploring ways in which we can create glass that blurs that line. Up on these pedestals, you can see some examples of some of the work that she's made during the residency previous. This is caused by the use of different hardnesses of glass. So this is a very stiff glass that has created the texture. Meanwhile, this is a softer glass that has created that smooth exterior. Can we go ahead and play Suzanne's slides, please? So for those of you who are unfamiliar with Suzanne's work, up on the screen you can see some examples of previous work. Again, these are using a combination of stiff and smooth or soft glasses. Suzanne hails from Rochester, New York, where she is part of the faculty at Rochester Institute of Technology. And right now what Nick is doing is he's getting a nice cold core so that we can gather another layer of clear glass on top of our color. This is all in preparation of doing a stuff cup maneuver. So we're going to have this stuff cup that puts the color on the outside of the piece, and then we're going to be doing a Marini roll-up in order to get the textured glass on the inside of the piece. Hey, what's he doing over there? Why is he cutting that glass out? There was a bubble. What, it was a cord? It was a stone. Excuse me. Stones are little bits of the crucible or refractory that have gotten lodged into the glass. Molten glass is a very caustic material, so it literally breaks down whatever it's exposed to. So it's breaking down that furnace slowly but surely, and a little chunk of that furnace landed in that glass. So now we've gotten that stuffed cup, the backside shaped. So Ben is going to make a punty so that we can transfer this from the pipe onto the punty, and we can open up the lip of the cup. Can we have the stuffed cup slide, please? Here's reference to what we're doing. So right now we're working on that outside color cup. And then our Marini pattern is going to be the inside color. So we haven't started that yet, but it is in the garage preheating. Thanks. So now we're attaching that punty. We're going to let it set up and get stiff so that it doesn't flop around like a fish when we go to break it off. And then we're going to introduce water right on that jack line to create stresses within the glass and cause it to break right where we want it to. Does anyone have any questions for me? So you can see that the glass is hottest right at that end, because that's where we want the glass to move the most. And it will always go the path of least resistance. So wherever the glass is hottest, that's where it'll move the most. And right now we've set our back. We want that to remain relatively cold and just focusing on the front. Now, hot and cold are relative terms. Coming out of the furnace, the glass is about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And working temp around here, we're probably at 16 to 1,800 degrees. The cold side is about 1,100, and that's the cold side. So now we've let our marini warm up in our garage, so we're able to move it into our reheating furnace so it'll get even warmer. And what we want to do is we want to basically fuse those marinis together so that when we go to roll them up, we don't leave any behind. No marini left behind. So we're going to go ahead and heat it up, squeeze it together, try to get some of those air pockets out. Because remember, these are all circles. So when you put a couple circles together, your corners are open. Squeeze them together, make sure they're really nice and tacked, and then we'll be able to roll them up on a collar, which is what Gabe is working on right now. So what Ben is doing is he's tossing off the Ferretti that we're helping to protect those marinis on the side from direct heat. Now we're getting up to temperature. There's less likely that they're going to break. So we're able to remove those Ferretti and continue to really soak in that heat in those marini. So this is our final squeeze before the roll up. Awesome. So now we'll go into the glory hole and we'll come back out and we'll make sure that the two ends are meeting right where we want them to. And then we'll round out our form. So now what we're doing is we're continuing to compress all of those air pockets out by heating up the Marini and rolling it up on the marver. We're basically shrinking and compressing the glass.